I am awake. Just
So
after some of the songs I've chosen here, yeah, I'm going to be very awake. Yeah, we've got nothing to worry about there.
oh, can't wait.
Good evening, fuckers. We are back once again because, yeah, only the two bollocks brothers here could possibly come up with a video idea of, doing a top 10 and having it end up being, well, what will effectively be our top 51. We've already had parts 1, 2, 3 and 4. It's not so much part 5, this is like a bonus feature. This is going to be a mixture of songs that didn't quite make it into the top 40 for various reasons. In my case, including that I'd forgotten about it when I did the list. And a few other surprises, that you've got lined up for us by the sounds of it.
Well, you see, my original top 10 stretched on a bit, and then when we decided to do a top 40, I was adding songs to the list, and it ended up as a top 47, and I thought, no, we'll stick with the 40. So I cut 7 out. Well, those 7 have now been reinstated, and I've chucked 4 extra ones in, one of which is your fault. I've chucked 4 extra ones in to make it up to the 51.
Yeah. Now, the quick-minded among those watching may well be thinking, why is it 51? Why is there 11 songs on this list as opposed to 10? Now, I know you did explain this to me, but I genuinely can't remember. So, for the benefit of everyone watching, including me, you want to talk us through that one?
Well, it's not going to take long. I added all the songs that I wanted, and then I thought of another one. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
And I said to you, "Can I?" And you went, "All right, we'll have 11."
Well, I don't know if it was just the way you asked or anything, but I got the impression that the 11th song was one that doesn't quite fit in with this is, our 40 or now 50 greatest metal songs. And I took that quite literally. So my bonus one to take my choices up to 11 is sort of on those lines.
Well, mine's yes and no.
Okay. I will give a bit of a hint with regards to my 11th song. You did mention something in one of the previous videos about wanting to hear it. Not this particular song, but something along these lines. So I'm basically going. I think you're gonna fucking really wish you hadn't asked, but it's here anyway. So yeah, you will be getting to hear it. I will say no more than that until we get to the moment that song is getting played.
Okay, fair enough. I'll cast it from my mind until we get there then.
Okay, well, for this one, we'll go back to the usual routine, which is, the guests going first. So, I won't call this number 51 because, 41 rather, because, this is just like a bonus thing. This isn't really part of the top 40 list. These are the songs that just missed out for whatever reason. So, choice number 1 anyway.
Right, okay then. This one's got a bit of a long sort of fading intro to it, and I couldn't be bothered to mess about and fade it down, so we're going to have it as is.
The full whack. Okay, yeah, I can live with it.
Right, here we go then. There you go. Stoner metal. Any ideas?
Well, I do know that I'm a Living Crop Circle is not going to go down in history as one of the greatest pieces of lyric writing I've ever heard. No, I have no idea who that is.
Right, well, that was the song Crop Circle from the 1998 album Power Trip by Monster Magnet. It's a bloody good album, and it's a fucking good song. That's the way it opened.
Yeah, I can't say I agree. I didn't hear anything there that was particularly memorable. That's the kind of song I've heard stuff like that, you know, fuck knows how many times, and within a couple of minutes I've completely forgotten about it. I just didn't find it very memorable. Wasn't really anything there that grabbed me. There was nothing there that was shit. It's just that, yeah, nothing made it stand out for me.
Well, that's all right, because now, to say make it more memorable for you, I'll just send you a link to a YouTube video every Friday for about a year.
Oh, great! Yeah, yeah, just what I need.
I do quite like stoner metal, and I do like Monster Magnet. And again, just missing out on this list was the song "Lay Down" by the band Priestess, which is also another good stoner metal track. So it's of that kind of ilk. Only Monster Magnet did it first a long time ago.
So what year was this, you say?
98.
Oh, stoner metal had been going around a little bit before then. Yeah, a couple of bands I know of that were doing it beforehand.
I went with regards to Priestess, but yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Because yeah, I have a feeling one of them may be cropping up a bit later on. Not necessarily on my list either. So,
What, like a crop circle?
Well, no, I certainly hope there are no more living crop circles cropping up. I mean, yeah, oh dear.
How many times are you going to use the word crop in a sentence?
Yeah, hopefully that'll be the last time, but yeah, I have a feeling it's not going to be. And I'm sure you will take great delight in pointing it out every time I use the word. Yeah. Well, there we go.
Only if it crops up.
Yeah, right, on that note, yeah, so that was, I've already forgotten who it was, Monster Magnet, crop Circle, yeah, totally forgettable for me, yeah, not my thing, but, well, there we go, as we said numerous times in the previous videos, it's your list, not mine, so bollocks to what I think.
Exactly.
Right, which brings me on to my song number one. This is a band that I would almost say it was criminal that they didn't appear in my 40, but there was a reason, and when it came to this list, they were not going to get left out, so let's hear it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Don't even think about saying you don't know who that was.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was Nuclear Assault, but I could be wrong.
You're not wrong. That was Nuclear Assault, and the reason why I didn't have them in me 40 was because I just could not choose which song of theirs to put on, because I was just constantly going through Survive, and it's like, right, okay, right, I'm gonna have that song, and I was like, oh no, that means I can't choose that one, and I have to leave that one out. Okay, I'm going to choose that one. No, I'm going to... And it was going like this all the time. And so when it came to this part, I thought, well, fuck it, I'm not going to look at Survive, I'll look at The Plague, which is a great MIDI album. And with The Plague, the songs that most people know are Game Over, you know, the instrumental, Justice, and Buttfuck for obvious reasons. But this song is Nightmares, and it's one that does get overlooked quite a bit on the Plague LP, or mini album, I should say. But it's a fucking great song. I thought, yeah, okay, that's it. So that's what we got.
Can't argue with that. I have got The Plague. I've got it doubled up with something else. What was their other mini album from around the same time?
Well, it got re-released with Game Over, the debut album of theirs. So it may be, that's how you got it.
Yeah, I've got them both together. But yeah, nothing wrong with Nuclear Assault. One of those bands that I just ran out of space for, but nothing wrong. I've got their albums. I clearly like Nuclear Assault. So
yeah. But I mean, again, we were saying this during the 40. You know, even though and I've continued it with this. I'm just choosing one song per band. There are going to be plenty of like decent bands who are going to get left out, and unfortunately, Nuclear Assault were left out of the original 40, but, well, they're here now, at long last.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you think about it, as we've done, like, the previous 4 videos, I managed to sneak Bruce Dickinson in twice. I managed to sneak Black Sabbath in twice, once with Ozzy and once with Ronnie. You know, so, yeah, it's for the most part, we have picked one band. I mean, Samson are not Iron Maiden, so yeah, I've got 2 bands.
Yeah, no problem there. I mean, I suppose if you want to be ultra picky, I did have 3 Sabbath songs. It's just that Sabbath themselves only performed one of them, so you know. But yeah, there we go. So Nuclear Assault, and that was Nightmares from The Plague.
Good choice. Good choice. I wonder how many times I'm going to say that to you tonight. I've got a horrible feeling you're going to play me up something chronic around my ear holes.
God dear. I don't know.
Yeah, so with that in mind, how about a preemptive strike? You ready?
Go on.
All right. it's easy, sometimes so tough. But just have one thing clear, I can't get enough. You know it ain't easy, running out of thrills. You know it ain't easy when you don't know what you want. What do you want? Whoa, you want to rock now, rock the night, till early in the morning light. Rock now, rock the night. Oh, whoa, yeah, rock now, rock the night. You better believe it's right. Rock now, rock the night. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. Oh, rock now, rock the night. 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 Rock it. You know it ain't easy, running out of thrills. You know it ain't easy when you don't know what you want. What do you want? Oh, you want to rock now, rock the night, till early in the morning light. Rock now, rock the night. Oh, whoa, yeah, rock now, rock the night. You better believe it's right. Rock now, rock the night. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Rock now, rock the night, till early in the morning light. Rock now, rock the night. Oh, oh yeah, rock now, rock the night. You better believe it's right. Whoa, whoa.
For anyone watching, at the beginning of that song, if you saw our lips moving, that was me telling him to shut up singing along because it was getting on my tits. Look, I know you fucking hate the band. I know you fucking hate the song, but it's a song I really like and it's my list. So
Fucking hell. Right, you've sent me a couple of Europe songs in the past, and I thought they sounded okay. Needless to say, this was not one of them. Why didn't you go all the way and just play the fucking final countdown?
right, see now there's a case in point there because that is from the Final Countdown album.
Yeah, I can tell.
And I remember you saying when we was talking about it, you said they've got a metal band and the whole song is synthesizers. Well, that song's not. The synth use in that was more like an organ sound, and that sounded more akin to Deep Purple than the Final Countdown. I can't stand the rest of that album. I like early Europe, but for some reason, that song is a song I've liked ever since it came out. So it's just one of them things, I suppose, mate.
Slight correction there. I mean, it certainly does apply to the final countdown to a degree, but I can hear guitars in that. The synths are far too prominent. Now, the song that I said it was like all synths was Jump, the Van Halen thing.
Right.
And that fucking monstrosity really should be fucking burnt on site. If you've got that in this list, then I'm going to come around there and burn you on site.
I'll tell you what, I really fucking wish I did. Regardless of what you might think about Europe, they made a couple of almost new wave of British heavy metal with Thin Lizzy vibe albums to start with.
Well, yeah, that's the ones that you sent me. I remember when I listened to them and I thought I can really hear a Thin Lizzy influence here.
Yeah,
you can't play this.
Well, I like this. And then they were basically what was done to them was like what was done to Saxon. It's like, yeah, you need to break America. Play this kind of stadium rock, and the rest of the final countdown and a couple of albums after that are fucking awful. But in the late 90s, they started playing metal again. So, and regardless of what you might think of the man, Joey Tempest live now can sing like he could sing in the 80s. He hasn't lost his voice at all, and he can sing, like it or not. You know, there's plenty of people that can sing that I don't like.
I would certainly go along with that. Joey Tempest can fucking sing. I just can't stand anything that he does sing. But there was something interesting you said just then about this whole "you've got to go and break America." Why? I have never understood when bands are, firstly, why bands are told this in the first place, but secondly, why they feel the need to. What, your audience in fucking Europe isn't big enough?
Well, it's all to do with the record companies and the Billboard charts, and it's the same old story as everything, Chris. It's money, 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 isn't it? It's not the band making the money. I mean, we know the sort of bands we listen to, down to and including the lighter metal like Europe and stuff like that, they make their money from merchandise. You know, when I go to a Maiden gig, I normally buy a t-shirt. It's 20, 25 quid. Now, last time I saw Maiden, I think it was 8,000 audience. If 8,000 people all spent 20 quid on the t-shirt and the band gets most of that, that's where they make most of their money.
Yeah.
So, yeah, breaking the Billboard charts is all about the money, men. It's not really got a lot to do with the bands, but they feel obliged, I suppose, because they want to keep their record contracts. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. It's the record companies who are basically, they think, right, we've got one over this lot. We own them, therefore they will do what we say. And unfortunately, there are plenty of bands that will.
Because I believe with Europe in particular, I can't remember the geezer's name. It was something Swedish. One of their guitarists, when they was doing the tour for the final countdown, because it was so manic, and like the song or not, the final countdown was a massive hit worldwide. He was like, I can't fucking be doing this anymore. I'm going home. And he left the band and fucked off back to Sweden. And I think he's back in the band now, but he gave up music for like 10, 15 years because he just, I don't want this.
Yeah, I don't blame him one bit. Yeah, good on him. So, yeah, I'm all right with that, yeah. Yes, needless to say, I am not a fan of that song at all. But, yeah, even though it wasn't the reason why you chose it, you knew that was always going to be the case.
I did. I did know that. And, well, maybe you'll like the next one, eh?
Yeah, well, I've got to think better of it than I do that anyway, so there is that. As it is, before that, we have my song choice number 2. Now, this is black metal, but this is, I can't remember the fucking name of the guy who formed this band, but these are his words. This is black metal for people who hate black metal, i.e. people who are sick to death of the sound that Euronymous dictated. So, I think this is going to go one of two ways. You're either going to fucking love this or you're going to fucking hate it. Let's hear it.
Mountains higher than I can fly, oceans deeper, deeper in sorrow.
Yeah, that was fucking great. Now, I wouldn't say that was black metal. How old is that tune?
That came out in, I think, it was either 93 or 94.
Because I'm wondering if the various members of Dragon Force listened to that before they started playing music. That, you throw a widdly technical lead guitarist like Herman Lee in the mix there, and that's like proto Dragon Force. So I don't know if that was more like mega fast power metal than black metal to my ear holes. I thought that was great.
You could absolutely hear power metal influences in that. You can also hear, certainly to me, progressive metal there. There's a very, I think, strong progressive content in throughout that. So that was Borknagar is the band. The song is called Universal, and it's from the album The Archaic Course. And I wish I could remember the name of the front man. He's also the front man for the black metal band Dimmu Borgir, and they're another one where, again, it's black metal, but for people who are sick of the, black metal must sound like this brigade. That's not to say that Borknagar never did any albums that sounded like, very typical black metal. Yes, they did. But this one was very divisive. As you can probably imagine, there are plenty of black metal fans who have it, absolutely drilled in their heads, it's got to sound like this, and so of course they can't stand this. It's a very ambitious album. Bits of it don't quite work, but the vast majority of it I think is fucking great. I love this song. This is one of the songs that I had forgotten about, and if I'd remembered it, this would have been in my 40. But I do class it as black metal purely because, say, the frontman himself says, yes, we are a black metal band. But yes, there is as much power metal and progressive metal influence there as there is black metal. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that was really good. Was he singing the whole lot in English, or was some of it sung in his native language? Because I was thinking, this is all right. It's got I can enjoy this like I can enjoy Rammstein. And all of a sudden, I could hear English. I was like, hang on a minute, has he been singing English all the way through?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he sings in English all the way through this. I don't think there's any Norwegian anywhere here. It's not easy to keep up with the lyrics though, because there are time changes galore throughout this, and a lot of the time they just sort of like suddenly bang, they're there, they hit you, and you're trying to follow lyrics, but they're coming along in a completely different set, and it can throw you a little bit. But I'm 99% sure it is entirely in English.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind it when bands have a go at making the music they want to make rather than just towing the path. I mean, a perfect example of that are Paradise Lost. Now, a lot of people don't like their album Host because it's very, very synth heavy and it's very, very Depeche Mode, but it's still dark. It still sounds like is it Nick Holmes singing? I still really like it, but when I first heard it, I was like, "Well, this is a bit different to the gothic metal album we had last year," but it wasn't an awful record. They just like, "Well, this is what we want to make. We've made it," and I'm assuming that's basically what Borknagar's done here. It's like, well, we want to try and do this. We don't want to do that. This is what we've got. It's good.
Yeah, to a degree. Although, I mean, right from the outset, they always said, that they weren't going to just do the sound that Euronymous said, all black metal bands must sound like. Like I say, they did do some where, it sounds very much on those lines. I don't think those albums are going to appeal to you very much because his vocals in those songs are, to me, very reminiscent of Emperor. And I know you weren't keen on the Emperor vocals at all. So, I would absolutely recommend you giving this album a try. If you like this song, I think you're going to love the entire album. but it could be a bit of a one-off. This may be the only album of theirs that you'd want to check. Some of their later stuff, which to be honest I haven't heard, but what I've read, they've gone back to this kind of metal again. So maybe like their last couple of albums would be worth checking out as well.
Yeah, I'm quite willing to give stuff a go. You know me.
Oh yeah. So yeah, there we go. That was my number 2 then. Universal by Borknagar.
Right, now, my next one is the first in a little block of songs of stuff that wasn't in the list originally, and this one is completely your fault. You're talking about forgotten songs and forgotten bands. Well, I've either got this on vinyl in storage with the rest of my records. I had it, I might have it, I can't remember if it was me or my mate that had it. I had it on tape, and I got rid of all my tapes, and it's not one I ever picked up on CD, so it got forgotten in the mists of time. And I think it's a great one, and I do believe this was the I don't know if it was the lead single, but it was definitely a single off the album, and I fucking love it, and I'm so glad you made me remember it, mate. If you didn't like that, I might as well leave now.
I mean, fucking serious, epic fucking doom. I'll tell you, like you, I've been listening to a lot of doom metal lately, and even though I've said in numerous videos that black metal is my favourite metal genre, I am fast starting to think no, it's doom metal. Because when doom metal is done well, it is just so fucking good. And yeah, prime example there. I must admit, I have not heard that before.
You know, it is though, don't you?
Well, I'm guessing it's Candlemass.
Yeah, that is the song "Bewitched," believe it or not, from their 1987 album Nightfall, and that's one that either I've still got or a mate had. I remember having the record sleeve in my old bedroom at my parents' house and recording it to tape, and I'm pretty sure it was one of those annoying albums that wouldn't fit on one side of a C90, so you had to use the C60 for it.
Yeah.
But I played that to death, and I must have got rid of all my tapes when we moved house. It would have been about 2006, and it's just a band I totally forgot about until we started talking about doom metal the other week. When we was doing one of the other videos, and I was like, oh, fucking Candlemass, yeah. So I went and tracked down some of their stuff, and the first album I played again was Nightfall. A fucking brilliant album.
Yeah. Now, I've not heard that album, and I can't remember which album it was that I heard with that sounded like that was Messiah Marcolin, or whatever his name was, who was singing there. And so I can't remember which album it was that I heard, but the production was nowhere near as good as that. And I didn't rate Messiah's singing in it too much. And it kind of put me off Candlemass a bit. Now, if that had been the first song I'd heard, it would have been a totally fucking different matter, because the production there is spot on. I love it in doom metal when they have the snare drum really prominent. It just really does add to it. And it just sounds so fucking good. That was a great song, that. That is an album I've got to get hold of.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure I can point you in the right direction.
Yes, that sounds all right.
Yeah, but the whole album is, it's literally got that production, and it's got loads of like you'd expect from, I don't know how much Candlemass you ever heard, but it's got all the sort of like choral parts at the beginning and multi-layered voices and just that fucking heavy crunching doom guitar.
Yeah, it's got everything you want in great doom metal. I really cannot fault it at all.
There you go. See, I've made up for the other two now.
Yeah, that's much more like it. Yeah, a few more like that won't go amiss. Right. So we go on to my number 3, and we couldn't get more different to the song we just heard if we tried, because for this one we're going into the grindcore camp, and I'll tell you now, there's a little bit of a sort of like quiet intro here, because even though it doesn't say so on the album sleeve notes, this song is actually recorded live, and I do mean live, not fucking live Undead Slayer live, proper live. One of the biggest bands in the genre. Let's hear it.
De mensen die zeggen wat je moet doen.
There we go.
That was somewhat angry. I mean, I couldn't tell you that was because I mean I do like grindcore. I love that guitar sound grindcore has, but unless I'm looking at an album cover, a lot of them do sound rather similar. So I'm not really sure. I mean, that could be, to me, that could just be Napalm Death. It's probably not.
It's not Napalm Death, but yeah, I mean, you can clearly hear these guys, influenced by Napalm Death and then some. So that was Agathocles, a Belgian band. The song was called Gorgonized Dorks, and that's from the album Theatric Symbolization of Life. Now, with you being, you do like grindcore. I don't think I'd go so far as to say you're a grindcore fan, but you do like quite a lot of grindcore music that you've heard. This album is very different to like your regular grindcore, your regular grindcore album. That song in particular is archetypal, stuff. The rest of it is totally different. It's really hard to describe actually, but if you want to hear grindcore music that has advanced somewhat, it's not just going to be, the like 30-second long blast, rah, 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 and that's it done. Then this is an album I think you should really take a look at.
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't say I was a grindcore fan, but I was quite into it when it first kind of started in sort of when it started getting big in '88, probably off the back of that Arena documentary, which is where I first heard Napalm Death.
Yeah.
And we all, me and the group of lads I used to hang around with, we all kind of went off and investigated and was all buying different grindcore albums. That's when I first got into like Bolt Thrower and stuff like that. I ended up going to see Bolt Thrower play live. So yeah, I wouldn't say I was a fan, but it's definitely got a soft spot in the old heart for grindcore because I was kind of there when it took off. So yeah, I might have to give that one a whirl.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, songs like The Tree, The Train, their titles do get a bit more interesting, but totally different to the bog standard stuff. As much as I really love this song we just played, it is like very archetypal, grindcore that you've heard plenty of times. What I really love about this song in particular, I mean that main riff, it's as simple as it gets, da 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 da, and that's it. It's one note just being repeated over, but it just sounds so good with that, very typical grindcore guitar sound there, and then of course you got the absolutely pounding drums and the heavy use of cymbals, and yeah, it's got everything that I look for in a great grindcore song. And then the rest of the album it's got a lot of like new stuff in that you don't normally hear in grindcore. Not all of it works. There are a couple there that I think are a bit okay, but the vast majority, I mean, there's something like 25, 26 songs on the album, and the vast majority are like, yeah, this is fucking good. And yeah, Agathocles themselves, I mean, yeah, they are a huge band in the grindcore scene. Just about every grindcore band that started from about, say, 95 onwards, just about every single one of them would have Agathocles down as one of their like big influences. And if a band is particularly lucky and gets like introduced to the scene by members of the Agathocles band themselves, that's it. They're guaranteed to fucking hit the heights. Well, the heights as far as grindcore goes, anyway. Yeah. So yeah, this lot, yeah, a really big grindcore band. They have a really strong sort of like, okay, it's a cult following, but it's quite sizable for such a cult band. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, it worked for me. Right, so that brings us to my number 4 then. Right, this band isn't always really considered metal. This song, I think, is. And when you go on hiatus in 1996, which I'll talk about afterwards, and you come back in 2002, this is one way to open up your brand new album.
drums are all right.
I should think so, seeing as it's the greatest drummer ever on that,
Greatest drummer ever.
in my opinion.
Didn't sound like Bill Bruford.
No, that's because it was Neil Peart, you cunt. Yeah, that was one little victory off of Rush's 2002 comeback album, Vapor Trails. I think it was after the 96 album, Test for Echo, that Neil Peart's wife at the time died from, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think it was cancer. And obviously that would knock anyone for six. And then almost a year to the day later, his daughter was killed in a car crash. And he basically said to Annex and Geddy, that's it, I'm done, I've retired. And he got on a motorbike and he fucked off west. And he kept riding, and they kind of kept in contact with him to make sure he was all right. And after 5 or 6 years had passed, he basically came back and said, right, I'm ready, I'm back in Rush. And they opened it up for fucking drum roll. I mean, that's a fucking great song. That's as metal as Rush get, I think.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wasn't all that struck on it. I didn't think it was Rush. I'd say that I thought the drumming was great. The rest of it was quite forgettable, really. I've heard them do better. Well, I've heard them do a lot better. But
yeah, but
yeah,
that is purely prog when they do a lot better. But I thought you'd have recognised Geddy Lee's voice, but there you go. I don't know how well it's transferring across the old streamy old sound thing as well. So,
well, I mean, it could be that. I mean, I wouldn't, give myself the excuse of saying it was purely that. I think it was partly that I wasn't expecting to hear Rush on this because I'm with you. I don't really consider them to be metal. So yeah, it just didn't. It didn't sound great to me. It wasn't awful, but I mean, drumming like that, you can't say the song's shit. But yeah, it didn't really do anything for us.
No, that's fair enough, mate. Works for me. I remember that when I first heard that, I was like, fucking hell. They're back.
Yeah. Well, Neil Peart certainly was. Yeah. Yeah, interesting one to say. Yeah, great drumming, but yeah, that's it for me as far as that one goes.
That's fair enough, mate. That was my my second addition to the 7.
Okay, so this was not one that you originally had planned for.
No.
Right. Okay.
I was wondering. I wonder if I can squeeze some Rush in, and I thought, well, I know what song I think is their most metal and least proggy, so we'll go with that. Well, there's not much Rush have done I don't like, but yeah, I went for that purely because it's got nice heavy guitars in it.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying about not sure about adding stuff to this list because you don't know if it's metal or not. I mean, I had a few like that. I mentioned one to you a few days ago, so I was thinking of putting Steely Dan in. So I was going to have Do It Again, which I think is a great song, but it's Southern States rock, isn't it? It's not metal. That I don't think it is anyway. And I was also thinking of putting in a song by Living Colour, but again, they're not really metal, are they? That lot.
Well, I don't know. I think Living Colour, in terms of their music, I'd lump them in the same camp as I would Faith No More. I mean, the song Cult of Personality could quite easily have come off one of the early Faith No More albums they'd done with Chuck Mosley before Mike Patton became the singer. So yeah, you probably could have got away with it. I mean, sure, fucking channel, you do what you like.
Yeah, I mean, the song I was thinking was Open Letter, brackets to a landlord. It's a fucking great song, yeah, but it doesn't sound metal to me, so
no,
in the end I thought
Open Letter's not that metal. It's like you say, it's a fucking good song. Is that the one with a black and white video?
I don't think I've actually seen the video to it, so I couldn't tell you. You know what I'm like with promo videos. I really don't bother with them too much. So Yes, anyway, so there we are. So that was, Rush. Rather unexpected, actually, hearing them in this list, but there we go. Had plenty of them in the prog video, which is now finally up and available to watch on the channel.
What, that one we recorded when Henry VIII married Anne of Cleves.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you may just about remember it. Yeah. I thought I'd make it public just in time for the 500th anniversary of it. You know. Anyway, on that note, we'll move on to my number 4. So, we are kind of back in the doom metal camp with this one, but there is some death metal overtones in it. And this is a band that, again, they have a real cult following, but it is quite a strong cult following. Let's hear it.
Let's go get you.
There we go.
Yeah, that was fucking great. It sounds familiar. I couldn't place it, but it does sound. I'm sure I've heard that before somewhere. But that was fucking superb.
Well, that was Winter, and the song was Servants of the Warsman. And that particular version comes from the Eternal Frost MIDI album. Winter are a band that have been going for fuck knows how long. And yet they have released one album, one mini LP, and that's it. This the mini LP came out in '94, I think. Their full-length album came out in '92, and they are still going today. But I think at the moment they're on hiatus because I can't remember if this is exactly why. I think one of the members, I think it was the drummer, who was in like quite a bad car crash or something. So yeah, at the moment everything's sort of on hold. But yeah, I mean they've been doing shows, plenty of them for years, despite only ever releasing one album and one EP.
Bloody hell, you think they'd have trouble filling a show up? They must have long extended jam versions.
I mean, that is one of their shorter songs. So their songs are quite long. I think the album. I mean, I had the album and the mini album here, and I can't remember the fucking title of the full album. But it's only got about, I think it's 7 songs, but it goes on for something like 65 minutes. So yeah, the songs on there are quite long.
No, well, they'd be able to fill. They'd be able to play the whole album live, stretch a few bits out, and get 90 minutes out of it.
Yeah, easy. Yeah. So, but yeah, they have a unique sound. The guitars are relatively quiet, even more so on the LP version of this than on this one. The LP version is also a very slightly slower tempo to this. But it's a sound that works, especially in like this slower sort of like doom metal sort of side of death metal. I think the guitar sound works absolutely great, and it's one of many reasons why I wish this lot had done more. Because obviously, if any other band were going to do it, then straight away, everyone would quite rightly say, "Oh, they're just copying Winter." So no other band that I know of, death metal, doom metal, whatever, have used this very sort of like this sound where the guitars are so sort of like low and so quiet within like the production. But it works. It really does fucking work. So I live in hope that we will get some more stuff like this lot, but also that they continue in this vein. I mean, their first 2 releases did, so I see no reason why they would change. I mean, they're still fucking popular, so they've got a really strong cult following, so I can't imagine them changing anything if they ever do release anything new.
Well, I'm definitely prepared to give them a second look. I thought that was fucking superb.
Yeah, great song. I'm actually quite surprised. I wasn't sure what you were going to make of this one, so yeah, that worked out all right.
Well, I mean, I like the original Sepultura lineup, and the vocals on that were not really that much different, bar a Brazilian accent, to Sepultura's style of singing, around Chaos AD, Arise Beneath the Remains sort of era. So yeah, that was great. That was that was like some Vitus meets Sepultura for me, and I can't give it much higher praise than that.
Well, I mean, if you can hear Saint Vitus influences, then yeah, they're obviously doing something very right there. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Sepultura bit, but you can't have everything, can you?
No, but it's that style of vocals. It's death metal, but understandable.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, even though it is sort of death metal style vocals, I've no problem understanding. I can follow the lyrics just fine.
Yeah,
So that's all right. You know, it's death metal vocals, but they're somewhat understated. They're not as ridiculously over the top as some bands have done.
no. Right, well, I guess that brings me on to my number 5 then.
It does indeed.
Right, this is the third of my new additions to my list. I thought I'd group them all together.
Right.
I don't really know what to say about this band or this song, other than that I really like it. They were 5th on the bill, so 2nd to play at Donington in 1986. So they must have been doing something right. So here we go.
Give me another drink of Mr. Bartender. If you don't, I'm gonna stick your dick in a blender. 'Cause I'm gonna drink till I die. All I wanna do is drink as much as I can. That's why I'm a member of a heavy metal band. 'Cause I'm gonna drink till I die. I'm gonna drink till I die. Lager makes me happy, vodka makes me mean. I'm a heavy metal drinking, driving alcohol machine. Listen to me drinking, 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 drink. Listen to me when I go. But I wanna drink till I die. I'm gonna drink till I die. I get up in the morning, drink a bottle of gin, 40 pints of lager and a baby sham. 'Cause I'm gonna drink till I die. I'm gonna drink till I die.
But you didn't see that one coming.
Fucking bad news. Yeah. Wake up in the morning, have a bottle of gin, 40 pints of lager, and a baby sham. Yeah, very metal that. Yeah. Controversial opinion here. I actually thought Bad News was funnier than This Is Spinal Tap.
Yeah, so did I, because it was our era of comedy, weren't it? Yeah, I think Adrian Emerson would have made playing the the part of Alan Metcalf, Vim Fuego. I think Adrian Edmondson would have made a brilliant metal vocalist because he's got the voice for it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he can play guitar. I mean, he wrote and played the guitar-laden theme tune to fucking Absolutely Fabulous. You know, that's one of his ones. I think he wrote a lot of the songs as well. Yeah, I had a space to fill, and I was watching I was talking about the comic strip to a mate of mine the other day, and I was like, oh man, I wonder if I should put a Bad News song in. I thought he's either going to fucking come and shoot me or he's going to laugh his tits off. It looked like he was laughing, so
Yeah.
and it is a good song as well.
Well, it's it. I mean, it's not a bad song. I mean, obviously the solos were deliberately done to sound terrible, but yeah, I mean, it's. I've heard far worse from bands who are doing it seriously. You know, I can't fault it. Is it a favourite? No, but you know, it is what it is. You know, it's a comedy song and it works. You know.
I mean, I don't know how many of the actors were actually playing instruments. I'm pretty sure Peter Richardson as Spider-Web was playing the drums, because if he wasn't in the actual 2 programs, it made it look like he was. You had Rick Mail was Colin Grigson on bass.
And Nigel Planer
as Den Dennis on guitar, who was rubbish on purpose.
Yeah.
I told you I was going to have some fun with one of my spaces. So that was it. That's been. When I started putting this together, that was the first one I chose. Before I went on to Candlemass and then Rush.
What a contrast from Bad News to Candlemass. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I've got an actual Bad News album on CD, and it's got their thoroughly out of tune, awful version of Bohemian Rhapsody on there, as well as like Bad News and Cashing In at Christmas and all that sort of stuff. But Drink Till I Die, which is what that one was, it's just played during the programme on a sort of, not so much a montage, but a bit where they're going down the road in Vim Fuego's battered old van on the way to one of their gigs, and it's just playing in the background. I've always thought it's a really good like blues metal number.
Well, yeah, it follows the archetypal, yeah, like you say, blues metal structure. So, yeah, you certainly can't fault the musicianship there. Just thinking about it, what you were saying, they were second on the bill at Donington in '86. Yeah, didn't they get bottled off the stage or something though? The crowd were not very enthusiastic, shall we say?
Well, I mean, I got it up on my phone. The rest of the lineup, right? On first, you had Warlock, which was the first time they'd had a female-fronted band at the Monster Rock Festival. Then Bad News, then Motorhead, then Def Leppard, then the Scorpions, then Ozzy Osbourne. So, I mean, I know neither of us are very big Def Leppard fans or whatever, but they were still a massive band, and that's before they went all fucking American with Hysteria and stuff like that as well. So, and I know in the one, I think it's the second program where they actually have footage from Donington, you have like Lemmy saying they're the biggest piece of pibbly shit, this, that, and the other, and you've got fucking Rudolph Schenker from the Scorpions going, "Bad news, Scheisse," like taking a piss out of them. But they played Donington, and that, you know, I wanted to check that they weren't inserted in between 2 bands, because Monster Rock, up until it became the Download Festival, it was always 6 bands, weren't it? And I thought, I'll have a quick check, but no, they were actually 5th on the bill, second to play at Donington in 1986.
It was much better when it was Monsters of Rock. When it changed to Download Festival, it lost something. I thought. I mean, I've never been one for outdoor concerts anyway, because the acoustics are always terrible. The thing I remember in particular, a couple of mates of mine went to, I think it was one of the Monsters of Rock, and AC/DC were headlining. And they had like all the cannons there to do whatever it was, like a 21 gun salute, whatever, during one of their songs. And they were saying, "Oh yeah, the cannons went off. You couldn't hear a fucking thing." And it wasn't that they were being drowned out by the music, it's just the acoustics is so shit. And it's a problem that I think, outdoor concerts always have. I mean, I've always much preferred, like, the smaller venues. As I've said several times before, the Astoria was my favourite venue. It's not exactly vast. Vast when you compare it to the Marquee, which was another of my favourite venues, But yeah, I much prefer those smaller indoor venues to, like, the big arenas and outdoor gigs and that, because they always sound much better, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is, whenever you see a live video, so like say you go on YouTube and you want to see, I don't know, Saxon or someone playing at Wacken in Germany, it sounds great, but that's because the video feed is coming off the soundboard. So you've got the acoustics on a mixing desk. So of course it's live, but it's going to sound crisp. So yeah, no, I prefer small venues where possible. I mean, all right, the last couple of times I've seen Maiden was at Earl's Court and the Barclaycard Arena in Birmingham. If you want to see Maiden, there's not really much choice unless you're really, really jammy, like I was in 2001, and managed to get tickets to see him at the Shepherd's Bush Empire, because that's quite a good venue. The sound in there is really good. That's just about marquee sized, I think. Maybe a tiny bit bigger, but it's not very big.
I was going to say, tiny bit bigger than the Marquee. Yeah, that doesn't make it a big venue, that's for sure. Yeah, well, that was certainly an unexpected left field choice there. Bad news, drink till I die.
Some might say a treat, in fact.
I hate it when people say, "Oh, this is a treat for you," or "We've got a treat in store," especially when it comes to music, because if so many times I've heard that phrase, and it's usually if I'm watching something like the Proms. I like me opera, me orchestral stuff and that. So I'll be watching that, and then someone comes along, "Oh, we got a treat for you," and I'm sitting there thinking, this fucking means they're going to play Ravel's fucking Duet for Cats, aren't they? And they always do, and it is one of my most hated pieces of music of all time. It is utter shit. It
could be worse. They might say, "We've got a treat for you now," and wheel out fucking Ed Sheeran with an acoustic guitar, and you would look forward to Ravel's Cat thing then, wouldn't you?
Ed Sheeran coming out and saying, "This is for all you Poison fans. So this is my version of Unskinny Bop." That's it. I'm fucking perforating my eardrums right there and then.
I better not play that one then.
No, get that off your list a bit fucking lively.
Ed Sheeran, Cross.
Yes. Okay. Well, speaking of Ed Sheeran, we go on to my number 5, and this is not Ed Sheeran. We're back in the death metal camp, and this particular song, in fact, the entire album that this came from, influenced a sizable number of death metal bands for about the next 10 years. Let's hear it. Yeah, even death metal can do epics.
Fuck me, that wouldn't have been out of place in the prog video. That was fucking brilliant. I feel I should know that. And what I did like was at the end there, we got what sounded like, and it fit a bit of Parallax by Martin Galway. That little keyboard part. And that is not an insult by any stretch of the imagination. That was fucking superb. Go on, who was it?
Well, that was Entombed, and that was the title track to the Left Hand Path album that came out in '89. Pretty sure it was '89. This was the album that introduced that sound, and from that moment on, every Scandinavian or Nordic metal band wanted a sound like that, and plenty of them did. So much so that, you know, when I bought this album on LP, I was like, this is fucking great, and I loved that sound, the guitar sound there. By the time I'd bought, like, you know, my 12th album by a Swedish death metal band that sounded exactly like this again, I was getting a bit sick of it, you know. Because, you know, I'm not exaggerating one bit. There was no variation at all. They all went to the same studio and they basically just said, we want to sound like that. and they did. So, you know, you ended up with like a dozen or so bands that all sounded identical by choice.
Yeah, mimics but not equalled, I would say.
Yeah.
I've seen Entombed live, and yeah, I really should have known who that was, because I do know that track. I think I've got the album somewhere.
Yeah, it's a great death metal album. This was one of the first like death metal albums that I had. And the reason I bought it was because I had never heard of Entombed or anything. I went into like our local record shop, the one that Karen was working in, of course, and and I saw this there, and I looked at it. I thought, right, looking at that cover, that's definitely a metal album. And I also saw it was published by Reich. I was like, okay, so it's a label that did, that gave us Napalm Death and that. I'll take a chance. So I went and bought it, and fuck you, yeah, great album.
And as you know, and I've mentioned before, I saw Entombed along with Slayer supporting Iron Maiden in 2000.
Yeah, fuck you, what a lineup. I mean, okay, you got an enormous amount of variation between the three bands, but all three of them are so fucking good, you know.
And they were as well. And I've got a feeling they played that live and all, so...
Yeah, this song it's a mainstay of their sets. You know, it was always going to be there. Because unfortunately, Entombed are no more because their vocalist LG Petrov died. Was it a few years ago? Wasn't it?
Wasn't that long. I don't know if it was the latest new disease that killed him, but it wasn't that long ago.
No, it was it about 2, maybe 3 years ago. So I have a feeling it was COVID that did it. So Entombed are no more. Even though they did do their second album, they had a different singer. They had a guy called Johnny Dordovich, and he was shit. Their second album was Clandestine.
I'll tell you what, I wish you wouldn't hold back on your opinions. Say what you fucking felt.
Okay, no more holding back. I'll tell it like it is from now on. Yeah, so he did the vocals on the Clandestine album, and that was when the second Gods of Grind tour started, which is the one that I saw all 3 shows, the one in Bradford, one in Birmingham, and one in London. And I mean, it was a decent lineup. So you had Confessor followed by Entombed, it was Confessor followed by Cathedral, then Entombed, and then Carcass were the headliners. So yeah, fucking great lineup. But I kept thinking, oh god, Entombed, yeah, I really want to see him live, but it's fucking Johnny Dordovich singing, and he's fucking shite. Because they come on stage, hang on. That's LT Petrov. He's back. That was a very welcome surprise. So it was a great show. The only problem was Entombed themselves. I get the feeling they hadn't done a huge number of shows lately, because at the Bradford one, at the end of every single song, they would start and like, you know, just checking that their guitars were in tune still, and they were doing it all the time, and you were standing there thinking, no, come on, mate, you know your guitar's all right, and yeah, so that was getting irritating. But thankfully at the Birmingham and London ones, they'd stopped doing it.
I'll tell you what, seeing as we mentioned Maiden and that thing, you're talking about guitarists doing stuff. One of the funniest things I saw was the first time I saw Maiden in '88. You remember when they were young? And when they used to do Number of the Beast, when they got to the solo part, Bruce Dickinson used to lift up Dave Murray on his shoulders and wander around with him. It just reminded me, you saying about doing their guitars. As he picked him up, Dave Murray's hand slipped and he turned his guitar down. He caught one of the dials on his strap, and it's just one of them things. All of a sudden, half the sound disappeared. And Dave Murray looked out to the audience, went like that, and then turned his guitar back up, and they carried on. He just reminded me of that, doing that now. Perhaps that's why they don't do it anymore.
Yeah, it could well be, yeah. Well, it's either that or, you know, the fucking health and safety lot all got involved on something, and they're like, oh no, you can't do that anymore. And it's like, oh, fuck off.
Well, give them both an IVIS vest, they'll be alright. That's all you
Yeah, there you go, yeah. That will solve that problem. But yeah, there we go. So we didn't really talk a hell of a lot about the song, but, but yeah, that was Entombed left-hand pass. Fucking.
I'll tell you what, mate. That is one of those rare songs that talks for itself. You just need to listen to that.
Yeah, it's yeah, I can't really add much more to that. It really does. It's but yeah, I mean, a fucking epic song. You know, you don't get very many sort of like songs that you would consider epics in death metal, but you certainly got one there.
Oh yeah.
Right, that then moves us on to your number 6.
It does. It's probably not going to be on your list of favourite songs by any stretch of the imagination, but it's one of mine. Don't worry, it's not Manowar, it's not Guns N' Roses, it's certainly not fucking Unskinny Bop.
It is Ed Sheeran, isn't it? You know.
I would rather sandpaper your testicles than listen to that. Needless to say, this is the song this band should be remembered for.
Just for the record, let's get the story straight. Me and Uncle Tom were fishing, it was getting pretty late. Out on the Cypress limb above the ocean well, where they say it got no bottom, so it take you down a hill. Over in the bushes and on to the right, two men talking in the pale moonlight. Sit up down pretty and deputy head, hauling two limp bodies down to the water's edge. Like no secret down in Uncle Tom's cabin, oh yeah. Like no secret that I just can't tell. They didn't see me and Tom in the tree. Neither one believed them what the other could see. Tossed in the bodies, let them sink on down to the bottom of the world where they never be found. Like no secret down in Uncle Tom's cabin, oh yeah. Like no secret that I just can't tell. I know a secret down in Uncle Tom's cabin. I know a secret that I just can't tell. No secret down in Uncle Tom's cabin. No, but the body's in the wishing well. Wow! Soon as they were gone, me and Tom got down. Prayed real hard that we wouldn't make a sound. Running through the woods back to Uncle Tom's shack, where the full moon shines through the rooftop cracks. Oh my God, Tom, who are we gonna tell? Surely belongs in a prison cell. Keep your mouth shut, and that's what we're gonna do. Let's woman wind up in the wizard world too. Not know a secret down in Uncle Tom's cabin. wishing well. Oh, yeah.
There you go, something a bit different.
Yeah. No idea who that was. Didn't rate it at all. Hated that intro. The acoustic. All you could hear was his fucking fingers sliding all over the strings.
I fucking love stuff like that. That's why I used to like Savatage used to do that a lot on their intro stuff. Andy Sneap used to play guitar like that. It's an acquired taste. Right, well, that's the song that band should be remembered for. But seeing as we was talking about record companies, the record company said to this band, that song you've got there that you're naming the album after, we don't think you should call that album Uncle Tom's Cabin. We think you should make a stupid song like this and name your album after it, and thus we got Cherry Pie. I fucking hate the band Warrant. I hate the band Warrant with a passion, but that, much like a couple you had in previous videos, I really fucking like that song. I used to have a mate who was really into stuff like Poison and Bon Jovi and stuff like that. And we used to go out for long drives in his van, just around all the countryside around North London and that, and out towards Epping Forest. And he was playing, he'd bought the album Cherry Pie, and he was playing it. I was like, oh man, this is fucking shit. And I'm sitting there, God. And then that come on, out of the blue, and I'm like, oh, fuck me, these guys can actually play. Why have they done that? And I looked into it, and I found out that's why record companies again. And, you know, I fucking hate Cherry Pie. I hate that that's up there with fucking Unskinny Bop.
Well, I'd actually forgotten about that song. I hate Sweet Cherry Pie or whatever it's fucking called. I hate that more than I hate Unskinny Bop, and that's bad. So yeah, I'm 100% with you there, and absolutely detesting that song. I mean, what we just hear is a fucking million times better than that, but yeah, it's still not my sort of thing.
I knew it wouldn't be your cup of tea. The thing is, Janie Lane, the singer for Warrant, he's dead now. He basically fucking drunk himself to death. I think he had an alcohol problem. But he's remembered for Cherry Pie, and he should be remembered for that because there's talent in that song. Cherry Pie was a load of, well, I would call it a load of bollocks, but bollocks are useful.
Yeah. It's a Kilimanjaro-sized fucking shit pile, that song is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, one thing I can certainly say in this song's favour is, it's better than fucking Cherry Pie. But I mean, that is the very fucking definition of damning with fake praise. That, you know. Definitely not.
I knew you weren't going to be a fan, but it was, it's one I like, and that was on the original list as well that I cut out. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we keep saying, your list is about the stuff that you like. So yeah, it's worthy of including. I'm glad it's appeared here on the in quotes bonus feature rather than the main list. But is what it is. Yeah, which is you're a fan and I'm not. Right, now that brings me on to my number 6. I think the roles could be reversed here. This is black metal. This is possibly the most infamous black metal band of all time. But in this case, they did actually prove that they could not only write, decent black metal, they could write decent music. It's also quite a long one. This is about 9 minutes. So get ready for the long haul. Here we go.
Black Prog by any chance? I mean, I'm assuming that was Mayhem.
No, the other really infamous one.
Right.
So that was Immortal. The song is a perfect vision of the rising Northland. That is from their debut album, Diabolical Full Moon Mysticism. And this song really does illustrate why I get so frustrated with Immortal. I think this song is fucking monumental. And this was actually song number 41 on my list, so I only just missed out being in the 40. But I think the song is fucking... It's got everything that I like in black metal. But it also, it never falls back on the old trick of, the ridiculously fast drumming at any point. The vocals, okay, yes, it is your archetypal black metal vocals, but they're not as strained as a lot of bands I think are. It sounds like it's more like, a natural singer. He's not having to put a lot of effort into like trying to create that sound. It's coming to him quite easy, and it's just really well written. And they never did this again. From this album onwards, it was all, play as fast as we can, and that's it. But they're capable of writing stuff like this, so I think this is fucking fantastic. It is far and away the best song Immortal have ever recorded.
Yeah. It wasn't a chore to listen to. It went past pretty quick, and I was tapping my foot and nodding my head. Would have been better as an instrumental, or it would have been nice to have heard it with at least a singer. Because I'm not over keen on those. I know what you mean. They weren't as strained as normal. I mean, sometimes I hear it and I think, Jesus Christ, fucking give that man a strepsil. But they were all right. They were more palatable than a lot of the black metal stuff. But it would have been really nice to hear that song sung exactly the same way, with something like the bloke from Candlemass. You know what I mean? That would have worked.
Well, I was going to say, imagine this song performed by Borknagar. Now then you would have really had something there. Yeah, I mean, it's not so much a one-off, because the whole of this album, I think this is a fantastic debut album. It's one of the best debuts I've ever heard. Obviously, it helps if you are a black metal fan. But at no point in this album do they really resort to, like, the stupidly fast drumming throughout, Because, of course, the other thing with that stupidly fast drumming is it drowns everything out. So you can't hear the fucking guitars playing. All you can hear is a fucking snare going, 10 to a dozen. So you don't get any of that. The production is not brilliant, but it's good enough. It's there, so you can hear the guitaring well, especially with the acoustic guitar there. And I very much agree with what you said at the start there. That intro really does make you think, hang on, this is Space Oddity, So yeah, I mean they do pretty much everything right in this song and on the whole album, as far as I'm concerned. Unfortunately, they just never did it again. And now, of course, Immortal are more well known for their laughable band photos and the memes about them. They're more known for that than they are for their music.
Yeah, I mean, when you've done a song as epic as that, it is quite a shame. But yeah, no, I thought that was all right. Like I say, I'm never going to be a fan of the black metal vocal style. I mean, which to someone that's a layman when it comes to metal might think, but hang on a minute, you said that song earlier on, the death metal one, the grindcore one was all right. The lyrics, when you know your music genre well, you know the difference between black metal, death metal, and grindcore.
Oh, yeah.
There is a difference. So yeah, just because I don't like one growly style doesn't mean I don't like the other one. I think it's it's the harshness of the black metal vocals that I don't like. But they weren't too bad in that, as you say, not straining or screaming. It Yeah, weren't bad.
Well, considering how much you really don't like the regular black metal vocal, that was indeed very high praise. So I'm consider me pleasantly surprised. I seem to have done quite well actually with my choices so far.
Well, I've done all right for me with my choices. Well, you like two of mine so far. I know you're going to like the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, you're definitely going to like the next one.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to it. Well, yeah, I mean, it is time for your next one. So, yeah, you're number 7.
Right, well, going all the way up to 2012 for this one, or 2012, wherever you want to pronounce it. You'll like it. If you've seen the video, that's enough to make you want to chew on a freshly ripped off arm.
Well, I guess Municipal Waste.
Yep, it was.
Well, that song went on for over 2 minutes. I think we've just heard Municipal Waste's version of 2112 there, you know. Fucking that's an epic for them.
That's the title track to the Fatal Feast album. I don't know if you've seen the video to that one. It's when they're on a spaceship. They're on a spaceship. It's as funny as fuck. They're on a spaceship, and it's basically they turn cannibal, and there's fucking blood and guts and gore all over the place. It really is amusing.
Well, it sounds like my sort of thing. So yeah, there might actually be a music video that I will want to take a look at. I mean, as always, his vocals really do make you think of John Connolly from Nuclear Assault. But that particular song, Oh, that really sounded like it was their tribute to DRI. That was such a DRI sounding song there, which is not a bad thing at all.
No, I mean they do sound a bit like one of the crossover bands anyway. Municipal Waste, but they're definitely in the field of modern thrash. I think they're fucking great, and I'm surprised they didn't make my main 40. But like we said earlier, there's only so many bands you can fit in. I've got thousands of albums.
Oh yeah. I mean, they didn't make my 40. They haven't made me bonus list either. But oh yeah, they are a fucking great band, and one of many that I discovered, via you. But if there is anyone out there watching, if you're a fan of thrash and you've not heard this lot, fucking, you have got to go and check them out. You've got to get some of their albums. They are just fantastic. It is like proper old school thrash. It's alive and well, and this lot prove it.
Yeah, without a doubt. There you go. It's my number 7.
Great choice. It's almost inevitable, I guess, that the next song should be grindcore again. Follows on quite nicely from like a very crossover sounding song here. So my number 7. We're back in the grindcore camp. This is another quite big name in the grindcore scene. So let's see what you think.
Bienvenidos magos marihuanos, mi mesa necesita un cuerpo fresco, tráeme el oído, mi vida un vuelo. Vamos a quitarte la pura lengua, vamos a quitarte los ojos modernos, Satanás veneno, un machetazo, listo sin vida, un machetazo. Machetazo. Satanás veneno, un machetazo, listo sin vida, un machetazo, machetazo, machetazo. Ay, qué bueno de hombre veneno, ay, cuando eres peligroso, prepara mi mesa, tenemos la cena, madre de la definición. Machetazo. Machetazo. Machetazo.
Fuck me, them bass strings must be hanging off the guitar like that. I've never heard such a down-tuned bass before.
It's immense, isn't it? Any idea who that is?
I haven't got a fucking clue, mate, but I liked it.
Well, that was Brujeria, and the song was Massacre. Band from Mexico, so there you go. You got another country to add to the list of countries that have been represented in this list. I mean, these guys are these are a big name in grindcore. They have been going since I think 1990 was when they released their first demo. And to this day, nobody knows who is in the band. They've stayed anonymous throughout. And there was a rumour going round, I mean, it's absolute bollocks, but yeah, there was a rumour going round that it was made up of 4 or 5 Mexican drug barons. And since that rumour started, they've kind of played off on this, and they've sort of assumed the identities of like 5 fictional drug barons. But yeah, shock horror is absolute bollocks, you know.
Bloody hell. That's a story to concoct, isn't it?
Yeah. Fuck knows how the rumour started. It's probably just some, fucking drunk twat or something listening to it thinking, oh, why don't they reveal their identities? Oh, they must all be fucking wanted drug lords or something there. And that's how it started,
It only takes what to be at one gig and have someone like Malcolm Dome there, may he rest in peace, overhear something like that thinking, that'll be funny in the pages of Alabama.
That's it. That's how all that started. But musically, they are one of the most brutal grindcore bands I've heard. And as you say, it's the bass that does it. I have no idea how low they've detuned or downtuned their guitars or their bass and that, but I love that really growling but also thumping bass that plays throughout. That is what really gives this song that sort of like brutal edge there. I mean, the guitars sound fucking great anyway, but with that bass on top of it, fucking yeah.
I mean, normally that sort of grindcore would be a bit too crashy and shouty for me, but as you say, that bass makes it sound like something different. And I mean, I'm probably going to shock you by saying I thought that was really fucking good, because it's not the sort of song you normally expect me to agree I like. But that was good because it was different.
Oh yeah, and Brujeria have kept this sort of sounds more or less throughout their entire run. They did do one song which became a bit infamous. They did a song called Don Quixote Marijuana, and it's, I don't know how I would describe it. I'll send a link to you. I'll warn you, it's shit, but it's difficult to describe. Other than the vocalist still sounds the same, as you would well imagine, but other than that, it's totally different and not in a good way. But that was the only blip. They went back to doing this real sort of like hardline grindcore stuff that I love. I am quite pleasantly surprised that you rate it that much. I thought you were going to say it was okay, but not more than that. So. That's a bit of a result.
I mean, if you look at a lot of the stuff I've played while we've been doing this list and other videos we've made, I really like bands that have got their own sounds, and that's why I like Maiden, I like Corkwind as much as you don't. I like Marillion and Black Sabbath. All these bands that were first in the way they did stuff, and I've never heard anything like that before in grindcore with a bass like that. And something that's novel and different and not just following the pack always stands out to me as something worth listening to, because it means someone's fucking thought about what they're doing, rather than like some of the black metal bands that are just like, Euronymous said this, and off they go. And so if it stands out to me like that, then I'm willing to give it a second go. But it does help that I thought that was fucking good.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you say there. Yeah, if you do something that makes you stand out, and it's, I won't say you can't fail, but it's a major sort of like step in the right direction.
Right. Well, on that note, we'll see if I go wrong or not, because my number 8 is from a band who I think stand out because they sound different to everyone else. I'm not sure you're going to agree, but there is a bit of history behind it, and I'll talk about that afterwards.
Alrighty.
Counting all the assholes in the room. Well, I'm definitely not alone. Well, I'm not alone. You're a liar, you're a cheater, you're a fool. Well, that's just like me, ooh. And I know you too. Mr. Perfect don't exist, my little friend. And I tell you that again. And I do it again.
I'm not sure what you think of heavy rock and roll rockabilly metal, but that's Volbeat for you.
Yeah, Volbeat. Yeah, I fucking love this song. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah, what a polite way to end the song, eh?
Well, I mean, for how good a singer Michael Paulson is, he was originally the singer of the death metal band Dominus, and he was like fed up with the death metal scene and decided to do something different. And I think Rob Coraggio, that was in Anthrax at one point, got a load of other musicians together and formed Volbeat, which was named after a Dominus album, I believe. And I think they're fucking great. And like I was saying, it's good that you led on from a band that no one else sounds like, because no one else sounds like fucking Volbeat.
Yeah. The only thing, it is a very slight criticism I have about the song. You can tell English is not his first language. I think he's from the Netherlands, isn't he, or something?
Let's have a look. I'll soon tell you.
But, yeah.
Danish.
Oh, Denmark, okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the word is liquid, not liquid. That does rather irritate me a bit, that. But, yeah, that's the only fault I have with it. I'm not a big fan of the genre in general, if you can really say that they are in any genre, other than, you know, just the one band, you know. Oh yeah, they're in a genre called Volbeat. But yeah, I fucking love the song, definitely.
Yeah, I like that one as well. I mean, I like. I think I've got most of their stuff. I mean, that one's from 2008. I think the album's called Guitar Gangsters and Cadillac Blood, something like that. It's called. But yeah, I remember when they first started. It was in the issue of Metal Hammer, I think, and I was going on about, you know, it was a guy from Anthrax, and the singer from the death metal band. I was thinking, all right, well, that's interesting. And I think there was a song on one of the 3 CDs they used to give out with Metal Hammer, and it was a Volbeat song. I don't think it was that one. It was an earlier, 2 or 3 years earlier. And I was like, yeah, this is fucking good, because I don't mind. I quite like heavy rockabilly anyway, being involved in like the tattoo industry for a couple of years. You know, whenever you go to these conventions, there's always someone with a fucking great double bass playing like rockabilly with bollocks, basically.
Yeah.
So I like that anyway, and I was brought up on rock and roll with my dad, so it's it's like everything all in one.
Yeah. It's probably the sort of thing that you wouldn't think I would like.
I'm surprised that you like it.
And well, it's also yet another band that I found out, via you. God, dear, it's got to be getting on a couple of years, I think, when you first sent me a link of theirs, and it was to this song. And yeah, I loved it from the moment I first heard it. I think it's fucking great.
Oh, I totally forgot about that. I remember sending you a couple of links. I know one of their later songs, Lola Montez. You weren't so keen on that one, but I totally forgot that you like that one. So I was like, well, there's going to be at least one on my list he's going to complain about, but you haven't. So well, it's a win.
No, it's a great one. That when they do live shows, they must surely save this song till last. You know, just for the last line. You know, it's got to be the one they close the shows with.
Yeah, or open with if they're counting all the assholes in the room.
Well, yeah, there is that, I suppose. Yeah.
Some way to please your audience, isn't it?
Yeah, great stuff. Well, we go from a band that features an ex-death metal vocalist to a band that still has a death metal vocalist, because we're back in the death metal camp. This is a band that I think are massively overrated. Loads of people go on about how great they are. I don't agree. They're all right, but nothing special. But this song is genuinely great. Let's hear it.
feel I should know what that is.
Can you hazard a guess at the band?
I mean, it's the sort of death metal I used to listen to all the time. I mean, it could be any number of bands. Death, by any chance?
No, it's Massacre, and that was the title track to the Inhuman Condition EP. Now, here's the thing with Massacre. Cam Lee is the vocalist, and he's like held in like really high esteem as one of the greatest death metal vocalists, and he's also considered the guy who invented what has become known as the Cam Lee vocal wipeout, which is basically the like extremely loud roar or scream into the microphone. I find it a bit difficult to believe that there is somebody, one person who can lay claim to the invention of shouting into a mic. No. The other thing is, as you heard in this song, if you need to use effects on the voice in order to do death metal vocals, then perhaps you shouldn't be doing them. I think they sound great, but if you've got to do that, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. The thing is, he can do it without the effects, because I did see Massacre live. I think it was at the Astoria. I can't remember. It was either the Astoria or the Marquee, but I wasn't stage diving during it, so it must have been at the Astoria. You're not going to fucking stage dive at the Astoria, that's for sure. He didn't use any vocal effects during that the whole show, but he sounded pretty much the same as here. And that show was just after they'd released the From Beyond album. And they played this, and of course, I had no idea what it was. No one did, because this hadn't been released yet. But it was by far the best song that they played that night. And, I went home thinking, oh, fuck it, there must be another Massacre release somewhere that's got that on it. And then after about a week, I thought nothing of it. Then this got released, and I was like, oh, okay, that's it, yeah. So I finally was able to get the song.
Yeah, it sounded familiar, but I only ever had From Beyond. I never had the second album, so...
Well, I get the feeling you rate From Beyond more highly than I do.
Yeah, I think so. I really like From Beyond.
Yeah, it's okay, but I wouldn't say it was anything special. Not for me, anyway.
Yeah, well, I liked it. I mean, all right, the artwork's a bit shit, but I still liked it.
Yeah. And then after this EP got released, we didn't hear anything from Massacre again for another 4 years. And when they did come back, the album they released was Promise. What a fucking shit pile that was. Yeah, that's the album that had that bloodletting cover that I sent you. What is that shit?
Yeah, that was one of those songs you was kind enough to send me. Yes. Yeah. Maybe From Beyond isn't quite so bad.
Yeah. I mean, compared to that, From Beyond is the greatest album ever recorded. But fucking hell, how that band fucking fell. I get a very distinct impression that Cam Lee is a bit of a cunt to work with. Massacre, I think, have released something like 4 or 5 albums. I think it's only 4. And they are currently on their 11th lineup. And Cam Lee is the one person who has remained throughout. So, make of that what you will.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he's Mr. Easygoing, does it?
No, not at all. But yeah, I mean, I think the song, is great. I mean, you've got some pretty hefty time changes throughout, but it's the slow part in the middle that I really like. Yet again, it's around this time death metal bands had realised, you want to sound really heavy, slow it down, don't keep trying to play faster, and stuff like this just really proved it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got you want to make something sound heavy. All you've got to do is get a 45 RPM single and play it at 33.
Yeah.
The difference is, I remember, and I can't believe I'm bringing these names up on a metal list, but my second cousin used to do used to do discos and stuff in the late 80s with a friend of his, and they used to buy every time a record come out in the charts, they went and bought it. And he said to me, he's about 18 years older than me, my second cousin. He said to me one day, he goes, "Here, come and listen to this." And he had, I can't remember which song it was, but it was a Kylie Minogue 7-inch single. And he put it on his turntable and slowed it down to 33 and went and played it. He goes, "What do you think of that?" And I went, "Fucking hell, that sounds exactly like Rick Astley." But it sounded, but the point I'm making is it gave the slower, heavier, deeper notes. Really stood out slow. Yeah, so that's where doom metal comes in and sounds so fucking good. And so
yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think I'm giving too much away by saying we haven't heard the last of doom metal tonight. So yeah, we'll get more more examples of that.
Oh, well, glad to hear it.
So there we go. Yeah, so that was Massacre. In Human Condition.
Yeah. Do you fancy some more thrash crossover?
Oh yeah, go on.
way back from 1993.
No, I'm only trying to figure out who that is. There were places that the vocalist sounded like Cerebral Fix, but I don't think it's them. No, I have no idea who that is.
That was Cold Fire from the album We'll Work for Food by Uncle Slam.
All right, okay.
I mean, I had to get in there somewhere.
Yeah, of course. I remember them appearing in your top 10 thrash albums. So
That is
yeah,
from that album. That is from that album. They only ever made 3 albums. 2 that sounded like that. 1 that still sounded good, but the vocalist tried something a bit different. But it's still all right. It's just a bit more of a cleaner singing voice. But yeah, 3 solid albums, and then they just sort of like disappeared, which is a shame because I really fucking like them.
I think that was suffering a bit from StreamYard-itis. The vocals were much louder than everything else. I'll have to hear that again with, like, you know, a better sound mix, where, because the guitar sounded really quiet, and if the guitars were louder, so it was more balanced, I would like it a lot more. But how it was sounding to me over this, the vocals were far too loud. That's the only criticism I have about it, though. Music-wise, yeah, it's fucking great. So hopefully when I'm editing this, I'll get the chance to hear it as it should, and I have a feeling I'm going to like it even more then.
Yeah, well, the guitars are quite loud in it, so yeah, it must have been StreamYard-itis, that new word you've invented that works.
Well, you've invented at least 3 new words during these, so yeah, it's about time I caught up with you.
Excellent, 3-1.
So yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, Uncle Slam, Cold Fire. I mean, let's face it, there was never any doubt as to what the song was called, you know.
No, not really.
Right, so we go on to my number 9. This is another one that's a bit of an epic, but yeah, what do you get when you combine doom metal with power metal? You get this.
Rain and thunder, fire and wind, come with me. I leave with the tide. I wrap my coat close around my shoulders to keep me warm from the raging storm. Alone I stand on this stony coast. Winds of spring whisper through The great horizon gives me life again. I sense though the voices of the gods. No woman can show me where the fire burns. No preacher can tell me who I am. My blood is calling me from Israel. I'm on my way home in the air. Where the runes still speak. I'm coming home. Where the runes still speak. A homeward son will claim his heritage, walk the soil of his earth. The pen will be his mighty sword, and the truth his defense. I travel road that leads to wonder. I see cities rise and fall. The blood of the cross of the pilgrim. I bear along. The sun is coming home. Where the runes still speak. The sun coming home. Where the runes still speak. She closed the door, but I won't give
There you go.
That was pretty fucking epic, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and then some. So, well, I'll let you go first for that. Do you know who that was?
No. I mean, it's very much in the vein of Candlemass, but Candlemass are American, aren't they?
Candlemass are from Scandinavia, aren't they?
Well, it's a band of that kind of ilk, I suppose.
Yeah, very much in that kind of ilk, because that was Candlemass. That is Where the Runes Still Speak, and that is from the album Chapter 6, which of course had the new singer, who's only lasted for this one album. Yeah, I think he's a fucking great singer. I can't believe he only lasted this one. I can't remember his fucking name, which is annoying me. So as you can imagine, with the album title Chapter 6, this was the 5th album that they released.
It would be, wouldn't it?
But well, they did also do a live album, so I guess it was the 6th album that they released, but it was the 5th album they recorded. Yeah, like I was saying when you had playing Candlemass earlier, I must have heard like a really duff couple of choices with earlier stuff with Messiah on vocals, and I wasn't all that keen on it. So when this album came out, and I'd read that he'd left and they got a new singer in. And of course, the album came along, and I was already big into doom metal, thanks almost entirely to Solitude Eternus at that time. So I just thought, right, I've got to give this a try, and it's fucking great. There is only one small niggle I have with this song, but actually it applies to the whole album. I wish the drums were louder.
I mean, Chapter 6 is a good album. Thomas Wikström is the bloke you're thinking of.
Yeah.
I don't know why he only lasted one album. I mean, didn't Messiah come back again?
Yeah, he's back with them now. They're basically back with the original lineup again. But I mean, it's the classic Candlemass lineup, so no one would begrudge them, getting back together again with the the original lineup. It's the lineup everybody knows, so yeah, well, you can't complain, and especially as after that one that you played earlier, it must have been a duff couple of songs I heard, because that was fucking great, the one you chose. And as good as I think this singer here was, he didn't sound as good as Messiah did in your choice earlier. But I mean, that's a tough act to follow. I don't get me wrong, I do think he is a fucking great singer. What I think helped is with this album, that song Where the Runes Still Speak is about the only song on the album that follows the regular sort of like Candlemass epic sort of like doom song formula. A lot of the other songs on there are more like power metal, which is by no means a bad thing, it's just slightly different to the sort of stuff that Candlemass fans were expecting. I think that might have something to do with why this guy only lasted one album. I don't know if he's in any other bands at the moment, but if he is, then I suspect they will be well worth checking out.
Well, I don't know if he's got a page that I can look at. It says after poor sales of the album, Candlemass subsequently disbanded in '94, only to reform 3 years later. So apparently it didn't do very well.
No, which I think is a shame, because I think it's a fucking fantastic album, and I think this song illustrates just how good it was. So the only change I'd have done was making the drums a bit louder, and that really is the only change I'd have done.
to answer another question, seeing as I have it on tap here. Thomas Wikström is a Swedish vocalist best known for working with hard rock and heavy metal bands, including doom metal bands Candlemass and power metalers Stormwind. He is the son of blah blah blah, an opera singer, believe it or not. He is also the permanent vocalist for the symphonic metal band Therion.
Therion?
That's who he's with at the moment, apparently.
Fuck yeah, okay, I know, I never saw that coming.
I mean, I know Wikipedia can be unreliable, but normally for music facts and band members, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I've got to fucking take a look at that. When I had Therion in, I think, was it part 1? I played one of theirs. Yeah, I had no idea about that. That definitely warrants further investigation.
Yeah, I'd say it does. Yeah, good,
Right.
Good choice. I do like the album Chapter 6. I mean, I don't think I've heard anything I don't like by Candlemass, to be honest with you.
What's the song they did where a lot of time he's singing "Mirror, Mirror on the Wall"? That's the one that I remember hearing, and I was like, I'm not so keen on this one.
Well, I don't know. The only one I can think of with that in is a Halloween song.
No, it was definitely Candlemass. I remember that. But well, maybe someone can let us know in the comments. Yeah. Well, it's a faint hope, but you never know.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, that brings me hurtling on to my number 10 then, doesn't it?
Yep. Number 10. We're into double figures.
I suppose this kind of comes under the banner of power metal, really. So, well, definitely heavy metal, possibly power metal. Depends who you are and what you think, I suppose. I'd say it was power metal, so we'll see.
It sounds, it sounds okay so far. Let's put it that way. Let's hear it.
Listen to me, children of the night. Beyond the doors of darkness you will find 1,000 worlds for you
from 1987. I feel old sometimes doing this.
Yeah, I didn't think that. I thought that was 90s for sure. I had no idea that was as early as 87. I don't know who that is. That weren't bad. There's one change I would make to it to make it really great, but yeah, that was all right.
Well, that was Beyond the Doors of the Dark from the album Hall of the Mountain King by Savatage.
Okay.
It's the only album of theirs I've really heard. I've heard bits of the other albums, and they kind of started going over symphonic and doing lots of different concept albums, which is fine, but it was a bit too much for me at the time. Nowadays, I might want to give it a second listen. Yeah. But I'm not sure what year it was. I think it was in the early 90s. You had two brothers in the band, Chris Oliver on guitar and John Oliver on vocals. And they were kind of like the writing force of the band. And Chris Oliver was basically hit in the face by a car crossing a road. And he killed him instantly. And even though they carried on, John Oliver left and then he came back because the rest of the band decided to carry on. They've kind of now morphed into the, is it Trans-Siberian Orchestra or something? Can they go around and play like gigs at Christmas with lots of guitars and orchestras and stuff like that? I mean, it's good if you're into that sort of thing, but I'm not really. I'm not, I don't dislike Christmas, but I'm not over keen on the music.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, you were saying that you weren't sure if this is like regular heavy metal or power metal. I think if you got a pie chart, right, and you've got split it into thirds, you've got heavy metal, power metal, progressive metal, and this is right in the centre, straddling all three, but not actually sort of like going, more into any one of them. It's right there, isn't it? It's a tough one to call.
There's an important question to ask about that, though. What flavour pie?
Well, I tell you what, it ain't fucking cherry, that's for sure.
No, it fucking ain't. Yeah, that I think I sent you one of their songs before from that album. It's them guitaring along to a symphonic version of, is it Greg that did Hall of the Mountain King? Yeah, into the title track. So it's and I know you didn't hate it, so I have a feeling you probably wouldn't mind that one. Yeah,
the only change I would have done was get rid of all of those that he quickly sort of that was starting to get very irritating very quickly. Lose all of those and it would be great. I wasn't so keen on them, but otherwise, that was good stuff.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah, not a bad choice at all. I may have to check out a bit more Savatage. They're one of those bands that obviously I knew about them, but I never really paid much attention to them. So I think I may have to do something about that.
Okie dokie. Well, the only album I can recommend is Hall of the Mountain King because it's the only one I've really listened to. There is a YouTube channel, as long as you don't mind me mentioning it. Called Metal School, and he's an American guy, and he does he goes through bands that not everyone might know about. So he's done a few like shit bands, but he did one on Savatage, and that's where I found out a bit more. I mean, I knew Chris Oliver had been killed, but I found out a bit more where they'd gone after that. And to be honest with you, I don't think anything after this album is going to be my cup of tea, and I'm not sure it's going to be yours, but you never know.
If it's the channel I'm thinking, he also did one on St. Vitus, and it also had some live performances of theirs, and they're fucking great live, that lot. But I mean, St. Vitus, they can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, all good stuff. Right, we go on to my number 10. You know this lot. I'm pretty sure most people watching this video know this lot. and they appeared in your 40, and they fucking well should have appeared in mine. Let's hear it. Yeah, anyway, yeah. I wish they'd come up with a better ending than that, but other than that, fucking fantastic song.
Oh, that is a thrash metal drumming masterclass.
Yeah, definitely.
Even with that little ting right in the middle.
Yeah. I remember when I first heard it, I was thinking, yeah, fucking weren't expecting that, you know. But yeah, Sacred Reich, that was a state of emergency from the American Way, and as good as I thought their debut album, Ignorance, was, it wasn't perfect. The production on it wasn't fantastic, for one thing. But there was enough there that I thought, yeah, these guys have got something. If they can string together a well-made album, then it's going to be something fucking great. Along came American Way, and well, with the exception of the last song, they showed they could fucking do it. I mean, it's let's pretend 31 Flavours doesn't exist for the sake of this discussion. That album is fucking fantastic, and you know, this is best song on the album, which that's high praise from me.
I mean, I am quite fond of the title track. Yeah, see, I always think of 31 Flavours as a piss take, and then it's not so bad. It's like their I'm the Man or something like that.
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, if you think of it that way, yeah, it's not quite so bad.
Yeah, it was a shock the first time you heard it. I know that.
God, fuck it, was it? God, dear.
Yeah, no, I really do like the title track of the American Way. I mean, the whole album's fucking solid from start to nearly finish. So
Yeah, I mean, when I went to see them at the Hammersmith Odeon, yeah, they started with the American Way. Yeah, what a way to get the show going. Yeah, that was great. I think that was the best gig I went to. Yeah, getting to see Sacred Reich performing live. Fucking yeah, I'll have some of that.
I never saw them live, but as you know, I met them.
Yeah, you met them. Yeah, it was at Shades, wasn't it? You met them.
Yeah, it's Shades.
What a great record shop that was. I don't think it's still there, is it?
No, not as far as I know. I think I've still got him in my record collection. There's a chance that my Sacred Reich Surf Nicaragua EP that I've got signed by him, I'm fairly certain it's in a Shades bag that I got him to sign as well.
All right, yeah.
So I haven't looked at that for a long while. Whether that's biodegraded or I don't know, but the record will be all right.
Yeah, the record will be fine.
It was in a plastic sleeve, in a plastic bag. So
yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, I remember when I the first time I went to Shades. Yeah, I bought Bolt Throwers debut album, In Battle There Is No Law. Not the greatest album I've ever heard, entirely due to the production. The production is terrible. There's some fucking great songs on there, but production is awful. And I was there with an old schoolmate of mine, Lee, and we when we got back to Southend, I can't remember what he bought. I think it was something like Guns N' Roses, some shit like that. He likes that sort of end. So you can imagine what he was thinking when he suggested, okay, yeah, let's put on that album you just bought. He's got fucking Bolt Thrower blaring through his system where he's normally listening to the likes of Guns N' Roses and that. Yeah, he wasn't a fan of it, funnily enough.
No, really? I bought loads of records from Shades. I think I bought my copy of Ride the Lightning from there. Surf Nicaragua. Fucking loads of records I bought from there. We used to sort of go to Shades. If we couldn't find it in Shades, we'd go across to HMV. And if it weren't in there, we'd go and look in Virgin.
Yeah.
And then there was a shop round the corner near Carnaby Street, I believe, called Reckless Records.
I know the one, yeah. That was another great shop, that, yeah. If it's the one I'm thinking, they also sold a shitload of like metal t-shirts, and I ended up buying more t-shirts from there than I did records.
Yeah, I think I've got my. Do you remember Danzig's first album with that demonic skull on it?
Yeah.
I had a T-shirt that had that on it. I used to wear it all the time, so much so that a mate of mine used to take the piss out of me. Is literally used to go in the wash, and I'd say to my mum, like, when you do my washing, can you do that one first? And it'd come out because I really like that picture of the skull. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I got that from there as well. I'd run out of money. I'd spend it all on records. And my mate Andy at the time lent me like 15 quid so I could buy this T-shirt. Give it back to him tomorrow, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I could have easily, I mean, back then, I mean, how old was I then? I must have only been sort of like about, well, the first time I went there, I'll say I was still, I think actually I'd not long left school. So it was probably about like 89 or something, I think I first went there. And, oh, I could have easily spent like, 200, 300, 400 quid there, no problem. It was best record shop I ever saw was Shades. And yeah, that other one on Carnaby Street there you're talking about, that ran it quite a close second.
Yeah. Good times. They're all gone there, aren't they, I suppose?
Yeah, I think they have all gone. Yeah, the old independent record shops, yeah, you just don't get them anymore.
I was saying that we have got one in town here, but it's mostly CDs and a few T-shirts. But he does have quite the collection of metal in there. He's normally playing. He's normally playing something ranging from between the Beatles to Metallica and everything in between that's rock. So he's normally got something decent playing on in there.
Yeah, that's quite some range he's got there.
But yeah, I mean, I know my boy was looking. He ended up buying a triple album called the Metal History or something like that. It's got the usual Ace of Spades, Black Knight by Deep Purple, and all the usual stuff on it.
Yeah.
But I remember looking through the records there, and he had all but one of Maiden's albums in stock, and it's not a very big place either.
Yeah, I do miss the old independent record shops. They are fucking great. I could easily have spent like hours, at times just going through it all, no problem.
Yeah, end up walking to the counter with something that looks like a stack of pancakes up here.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. The good old days.
Yeah.
Right, so this brings us on then to your, number 11. So yeah, see in this video we go up to 11. See what I did there? Yeah, good, eh?
Yeah, it's funny you should say that.
In ancient times, hundreds of years before the dawn of history, lived a strange race of people, the Druids. No one knows who they were or what they were doing, but their legacy remains hewn into the living rock of Stonehenge.
Stonehenge, where the demons dwell, where the banshees live and they do live well. Stonehenge, where a man's a man and the children dance to the pipes of Pan. Ho! Where the moon doth rise with a dragon's face. Stonehenge, where the virgins lie and the prayers of devils fill the midnight sky. And
dogs cry and the cats meow. I will take you there. I will show you how.
And oh, how they danced, the little children of Stonehenge, beneath the haunted moon, for fear that daybreak might come too soon. And where are they now? The little people of Stonehenge. And what would they say to us if we were here tonight?
Yeah, well, I guess as I confessed while it was playing, I may as well confess to anyone watching this. Yeah, it never fucking dawned on me at all when you said, "Oh yeah, can I have his selections going up to 11?" Totally over my head. Fucking what a dickwad.
I mean, what else could you have at number 11? I mean, that was Stonehenge by the fictional band Spinal Tap. Well, I've got to say, in the history of Americans doing British accents, and I'm looking at you, Keanu Reeves and Dick Van Dyke, Christopher Guest, I can't remember the actor's name that plays David St. Hubbins, their British accents, the first time I saw that film was way back when I was first getting into metal. I had no idea that they weren't British actors.
No, I was the same. I was convinced they were British.
And I knocked this list up before last weekend, and I found out during the course of the week that they are making a follow-up Spinal Tap film. And what it is hopefully they won't ruin it, because people have been on at them to do it for years, and the original writer, I can't remember his name, has said no, not without a decent. When I come up with a decent story, I'll think about it. And he's finally come up with a decent story, and it looks like it's going to be Spinal Tap have stopped playing, but due to some contractual agreement from the 80s, they owe the record company one more gig, and they've got to get back together to play their final Spinal Tap gig at the 40th anniversary. And everyone, Harry Shearer, whoever plays David St. Hubbins, and Christopher Guest have all agreed to do it, apparently. And so we will see. But they've played live about, must have been 2008. They had an album out in the 90s, so it's not like it's really been away. That great album called Break Like the Wind.
Yeah. I mean, how can you not like a band that makes a song like Big Bottom, which what a great song that is.
I mean, do you remember the actual film when they had their record Smell the Glove printed? It was all in black, And how much blacker could this album be? None more black, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then when you went to play it, the hole in the record was too small, and there was this big fuck up in the film. Well, I bought the soundtrack album, and it come in black, and it had Spinal Tap on it. I've still got it. The hole was too fucking small, weren't it? I had to get one of my dad's drill bits to make it bigger so I could play it. They purposely fucking sent it out with the hole too small to go on a record player.
Fucking hell. You get the impression that Metallica watched that scene a little bit too closely, didn't they?
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, if Metallica were joking, it worked with the music contained therein, apart from the struggle within, obviously.
No, very much including the struggle within.
Well, go on.
I was going to say the rest of the album could have been great, but it had fucking Of Wolf and Man on there, and no songs could make up for that. Fucking no.
You're not a fan, are you?
No.
Well, that's my 11 anyway. I couldn't think of anyone better to put at 11 than Spinal Tap.
Yeah, and you even threw a bit of a curveball when you had Bad News earlier, and I thought, okay, well, if he's going to play that, that's going to be the only sort of in quotes, joke selection of the lot. It still didn't twig to me even then about, his selection is going up to 11. I just, fucking hell.
And you couldn't have fucking introduced it any better. That's why I just pressed play. It's like, I can't top what you see what I did there. Yeah.
You saw about fucking 2 weeks ago what I did there.
I'm still not sorry, by the way.
No. Okay, so you're not sorry that you went up to 11, eh? You might be, because we come to my number 11. So I forget if it was in the first video. I think it might have been when I played Repulsion, and you said you were interested in hearing how grindcore sounds, more recent as opposed to all the stuff that I have played grindcore wise, which has all been from mid 80s to early 90s. Well, this is grindcore from 2006. It's also a song that has become far more well known than it should be, thanks to a certain YouTube video. The only other thing I will say is brace yourself. Let's hear it. There you go. If you're wondering what happened to Lars Ulrich's snare drum after St. Anger, yeah, that's what happened to it.
If that's not called extreme egg boiling, they've missed a trick there. Well, that was an experience. I mean, it was shit. But see, now that is what a lot of people think metal is.
Yeah.
I don't think for 1 minute you played that because you thought it was good. You thought
No.
it was funny. Yeah, that was mental.
Ludicrous. Now, I do like grindcore. I am certainly a grindcore fan. But the thing about grindcore is that, yes, the music's extreme, but you can hear music. You can hear these guys can play. They choose to play that extreme kind of music. That is just noise. As far as I'm concerned, there is no talent of any kind musically on display at any point during that. Okay, the drummer's got the stamina to, drum that fast. But in fact, if you watch drum videos, and there's even videos where people are doing the drum tracks to this, you can see that once you know what you're doing with drumming this is actually not that difficult, and it is certainly possible to do it without exerting too much effort. So even that, it doesn't even have that going for it. I mean, you could say it sounds like testosterone overload. The trouble is the bassist is a woman, so it hasn't even got that as an excuse. And that noise that sounded like Satan's arse vomiting pus, that is the genuine vocals. All of their songs have that vocal style. The vocalist uses so many effects in the connected up to the mic that they could have brought in Brian Sewell and it still would have sounded like that once he was using the microphone. So it's all effects as far as the vocal noise goes.
Who was it?
So the band was called Last Days of Humanity, and the song, I've got to bring this up because it's got a really pretentious song title. Right, where's it gone? I genuinely can't find it on the fucking list here now. Where the fucking hell is it? Oh, I know why I can't find it. I'm looking in the wrong fucking folder. Jesus Christ. Right, so the song was called A Divine Proclamation of Finishing the Present Existence.
Yeah,
and
quite pretentious.
Yeah. The album that it's from was called Putrefaction in Progress, and yeah, it was released in 2006.
Yeah, see, now that to me was not grindcore. Like you said, it was just a wall of sound.
Yeah.
That's the first time doing these videos I've considered turning it down a bit.
Yeah,
I mean, the graphic on the little sort of like a Winamp there was like maxed out at the top.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, pretty much from start to finish. As extreme as grindcore gets, like as I said, you can hear they are playing music. You can hear that they have musical ability. They can play guitar, they can play bass, they can drum. They can do it all. But not this. This is just. Well, I don't know what the guitars are playing because, of course, like I was saying earlier, when you're drumming that fast, it just drowns everything out. You can't hear a fucking thing. As far as I could tell, the guitars were just, may as well have just been like, open E's or whatever they've down-tuned it to. And that's all they're doing, that's how it sounds to me.
I mean, I've often joked when we've been doing black metal and that it sounds like someone's chucked a load of cutlery in a washing machine and put it on a spin cycle. Well, that sounded like that, but it also chucked in the crockery, the saucepans, and what they was eating, and possibly a small child as well.
It's taken to a ludicrous level. There is no talent on display at all. I'm not impressed. You know, it's no bollocks to that.
Thanks for sharing.
Well, as I say, I obviously I misread it clearly, but when you said you wanted an 11th one, I thought, okay, it sounds like this 11th one is a song that he's not that keen on. So I thought, okay, I'll choose one that I think is shit, and we'll see what happens, you know. And yeah, okay, as it turns out, I totally misread it and didn't spot the blindingly fucking obvious. But yeah, I still went with choosing a song that I think is shit. And believe me, I think this is fucking shit. It's
Originally, I wasn't going to say anything about an 11th song. I was just going to fucking spring it on you, and I thought, well, that's a bit out of order. Just say, oh, I've got one more song, can I just play it? So that's why I mentioned it in the end, hoping that you wouldn't see through it, but expecting that you would.
Yeah, fucking hell, you caught me on a seriously slow fucking fortnight. You know, I never spotted it once. Fuck it. So there we go. Yes. So it's come to a very shuddering halt with that thing. So yeah, Last Days of Humanity. Don't waste your time checking them out. They're bollocks. This is what it's all like. You know, fucking absolute arse. And that brings our bonus features to a conclusion. Finally got all 51 songs of our top 10 done and dusted.
Yeah, until the next one.
Well, here's the thing, right? This actual series, right, this top 40, you know, and these bonus things, right, this is done. But that does not mean by any stretch that, you know, there are not going to be any more videos where we've chosen like 10 songs that we think are fucking great, and we'll play them all the way through. Because I'm fairly sure you're going to agree with this. I think this has worked really fucking well. This has been like, you know, I think so the best music videos that I've done. Yeah, I suspect it will continue. I mean, it's not going to be every music video we do. It's just going to be like, you know, 10 songs and that. But these will be coming back. We'll do them sort of like sporadically in between, you know, like going through albums and various bands and whatever.
Yeah, definitely. I had great fun doing these. And like you say, apart from me changing one Megadeth song, we only really had one duplicate out of the whole lot.
Yeah, out of the whole thing. So, 102 songs, and the only duplicate was Black Castle, the Solitude Eternus song. Which is why on that video, no, not on that particular one, because that was part 2, wasn't it? But part 4, when we'd play out, I've chosen another Solitude Eternus song there to play that video or that series out. With this, we've got to play out with a song, and I had an idea of playing out with a song that we both like, so we would have to agree with it, and I had an idea on that.
Right.
Well, if I was to say Diamond Head.
Yeah. Would you be thinking of their cover of No Remorse?
I would indeed, because that was fucking great.
Diamond Head didn't make our list, nor did UFO or any of the others.
No, so many of the, like, you know, the classic, new wave of British heavy metal lot that didn't appear.
Well, we had Maiden, Saxon. That's about it, wasn't it?
or Samson, were
Oh,
they
yeah,
New
Samson,
Wave?
yeah, they
Yeah.
were, yeah.
I think that was it. And of course, all chosen by you. Well, I had one Maiden one, but yeah, that was it.
No, it's been good. Yeah, I really enjoy doing these. Sitting with a mate for 4 hours, playing music and talking about it. It's what I used to do all the time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, same here. I remember doing it, yeah, plenty of occasions. And like most of our videos have been, yeah, finishing at about 5 o'clock in the morning as well, you know. Yeah, I remember that.
yeah, well, it's not so bad. It's only 3:30 today.
Yeah, we got an early finish on this one. Now I don't know what the next music video is going to be, but obviously we've got plenty more lined up. I've got fuck knows how many ideas, and I know you've got plenty of ideas as well. So yeah, I don't know when the next one is going to be or what it will be about, but yeah, there are certainly more coming.
I've got a feeling the next music video may be a trip across to my channel and visiting a certain little sound chip again. So
yeah, we've certainly got yeah, more of those to do. Yeah, we've only done the one so far. I forget when that was. It was about, was it 3 months ago, something like that?
no, we recorded that in December. I put it out in January.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay, so yeah, we definitely overdue one of those. So yeah, that is the very next music video that I suspect we'll be doing, and yeah, we'll be coming back here with fuck knows how many more metal vids still to come. So yeah, you got that to look forward to. But that is yeah, finally it for our top 40, well, top 51. So we're going to play out with Diamond Head and their fucking fantastic cover of No Remorse. And once that is done, go away.